Hello and welcome back to the gambling only run. How are we doing? Morning. I regret to inform you that Sweden is out of the World Cup. Not terribly surprising. But from now on there will be no World Cup talk on stream. Not that there was any beforehand. I just realized maybe I spoiled the game for someone. Someone coming into the stream thinking, oh, Diablo 2 stream, finally I can hide from spoilers until I get home from the game. From work and watch the game, and then I just spoiled it. Yeah, from now on I'm rooting for Norway until the World Cup is over. Sorry for being a few minutes late. Didn't even have time to eat, really. I'm not sure what happened. The World Cup of what? The World Cup of Quidditch, actually. Next we meet Brazil. Fun fact, Brazil has never won against Norway and we've beaten them twice. That's an awesome stat. I didn't know. Alright. As the title might have clued you in on... Oops, I haven't changed it on Twitch. After the respec on last stream, I felt it in my heart of hearts, in my goblin bones. It didn't feel right. And I thought a little bit about why. And I think it comes down to this. The major parts of your character, or like the major parts of a playthrough, at least for me, in the year 2026, when the story and beating the game is kind of like, whatever, we've done it so much. You have your character build, and you have your gear. And as long as one of those feels fresh and interesting to me, I think the run is fun. But when we did a respec to Hex, Purge and Echoing Strike, it felt as we got rid of basically all weapon dependency. So the build is very strong and self-reliant, doesn't really need much gear, it seems. And then, together with that, I don't think the Echoing Strike build is particularly interesting. You've probably seen it 1,000 times already, even though it hasn't been out for that long. And then when you combine it with gambled gear only, so like not even finding a cool unique to find, to equip, etc., I find that the character wasn't interesting on either of those axes. Because like, the build itself isn't super interesting to me, and it is very strong. Nothing wrong with it, but I don't find it very interesting. And then, once we have this build, I'm not excited about gambling anymore, because it's like, what? We're hoping for a plus to skills circlet? So I made the executive decision to use our final respec and ditch Echoing Strike. Actually, do we even need to respec? Hold on, maybe we don't need a respec. I guess the skill point distribution is suboptimal. Actually, I want to respec anyway. So what we're going to do is I'm going to force my way into a Sarfen bow build respec. So we're going for mirrored blades as our attack, because that works with bows. And then we're going Hexbane to hit anything and to add some damage, because bows will surely suck. And then I am actually going to allow myself to use a few summons. So it's basically a hunter druid, but a warlock. So basically I'm breaking some of the ground rules I set up at the very start. But at least this way I think it will be interesting, and I will find it interesting again. So that's what we're doing. So I think 1 into Sigil Lethargy. I would put more points if it wasn't like a breakpoint reliance. Then 20 Mirrored Blades, 20 Hexbane, maybe some points into Levitation Mastery. But maybe not. And then we'll get a few Goatmen. Not only will they be tanks, but also I think the bow build is gonna be too bad. And then we get a little bit of Crushing Blow as a crutch for bosses. What could go wrong with this plan? Yeah, and this is our final respec, so there's no turning back from this. So we might get away with super low strength. We can keep a shield on switch, I suppose. So going a bow route is an experiment. Yeah, and it probably will mean that I won't finish this before, because I'm streaming this week. I maybe will be streaming on Monday, unsure yet. But there's like today's stream, Friday stream, and maybe one on Monday. So I will probably not finish the playthrough before vacation, which I really wanted. But I would rather have it drag out than do it, because with the Echoing Strike build, and I only played it for like 5 minutes, but I played it before, and then it really feels to me like we were just going through the motions, right, to finish the run. So I would rather have it drag out, and then if we have to finish it after my summer time off, so be it. The problem is my skill points are spread thin, but I am so basically what I'm currently considering is I have 20 Mirrored Blades and I have 20 Hexbane. I am considering if I should put points into Levitation Mastery for attack rating and crit, or if I should go for more demons. And maybe Bind Demon is still good. They have nerfed it now, so you can't bind a elite just, you know, willy-nilly. Let me be more clear. You can't bind an elite demon without significant investment. So ideally, I would put points into Bind Demon, Goatman, and Demonic Mastery to have more demons. And I only have 21 skill points. Yeah, Levitation Mastery scales very well with the first few levels. It's a bit of a weird skill, because the minus requirements scale the best at the later levels, I believe. Whereas the other stats scale really well at first. So I think a few points in Levitation Mastery to get the crit up. But on the other hand, maybe the damage will be only like Hex Bane. And in that case, it doesn't matter, right? Oh, the enemy defense scales with level, huh? Interesting. Is that a flower pot of red wine you're drinking? It's a measuring cup with Pepsi Max, because in this household we have such tiny glasses, and I don't have any bottles or cans. I only have a big bottle, so I had to find a middle ground. I think the damage in the attack rating scales linearly. So either I'm thinking like going to like 5 points in here and then ignoring it. But at that point, maybe not putting points in there at all. And ignoring the crit. Okay, so I will want at least one Goatman. Right? Hold on. Sorry, I gotta go. I think my wife is calling for me. Messy start to the stream, but I'll think about the demon situation. BRB. Do we actually have any gold even? Not really. We need at least one bow, right? I am not in trouble. Just a respectful knock on the cellar door to not interrupt the stream. Let's see what bows we are working with. Oh, it's kind of cropped, but you can see the weapon stats. So what I'm thinking is, what bow should we go for? A fast one. So, Hunter's bow turns into a razor bow, and if we're really lucky, a blade bow. Actually, what about crossbows? And specifically, what about a repeating crossbow? I mean, average damage is low, but look at that attack speed. Though with the mana cost of mirrored blades, does that make any sense at all? Okay, so demon crossbow, or more realistically, repeating crossbow. Not as good, but still minus 40. Downside is that those bows require strength. Oh, a lot of strength. Is there a bow that only requires dex? Not really. Well, kind of the shadow bow. Maybe it's wishful thinking, hoping to upgrade the bow to elite. So let's look at the double bow and the razor bow. Going through the list of freaking exceptional bows, and like, which will be the least terrible for us? Has me second guessing the decision to respec, but it is done. Can't use bows as you can't gamble arrows, can't keep any you find and can't buy it. It's surprising to me that you've been in the chat for more or less every stream this run, and you still don't grasp the rules of gambled gear only. Arrows are clearly ammunition and or consumables. Demon machine, let's go. The one thing I'm thinking about is that mirrored blades have a 14.5 mana cost. So maybe it's not actually in our best interest to have as fast of an attack as possible, because the mana drain will be crazy. Oh, gamble Kuko Shakaku. Okay, actually, Frank, you're cooking. So clearly, we should be gambling... longbows, because at normal you have Ravenclaw, the Cedar Bow is Kuko Shakaku, right? Arrows still put in a gear slot. Oh, come on, dude. Yeah, cedar bow. So actually, I mean, to be fair, I think this fires a level 7 explosive arrow, which is mid, but still. Actually, it's pretty bad. It's worse than I thought. But the Ravenclaw fires a level 3 explosive arrow. So while that would be cool, I actually don't think it's worth going for. Ah, sadly. Can't use crossbows. Why? My current level is 60... Yeah, even 60. The Merc. Oh. Yeah, I'm thinking for me, not for the mercenary. Gamble Witchwild String. I mean, I like Witchwild String, but gunning for a unique that is also exceptional. Actually, which of the bows have pierce? And now we're really... How do you say? We're optimizing for things that will never happen. Oh, Kukushakaku has pierce. Is there any of the normal bows that have pierce? Oh, sorry, I'm not showing you my screen again. So Storm Strike, short battle bow. What about normal crossbows? Hacker String. Ooh, and Doomslinger. I think piercing attack could be pretty nuts. Well, saying it's pretty nuts is perhaps a bit of an exaggeration. All in on Wind Force. Bolts and arrows, I will of course allow myself to buy because they are ammo slash consumables. How do I edit the loot filter? Good point by... Ooh, here we go. Good point to remove them from the loot filter. That would have been funny if I kept the loot filter. Composite bow. So what I'm thinking is either we go for hunter's bows, composite bows, or repeating crossbows. What do you think? Repeating crossbow would help save with mana. But that is such a low base attack speed though. So I guess crossbows in general have worse frames. Can you even gamble repeating crossbows? I think so. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. 66k. What if we buy one of each and use the best one and let that make the decision for us? Because I apparently can't make up my mind on my own. I can't even buy 3 bows. So I'm giving up on the Kukushakaku dream. Okay, let's see. 3 bad bows. Lightning resist, cold damage, and poison damage every 5 seconds. Neither seems remotely useful. But I guess I mean, out of 3 terrible defensive or offensive stats, I guess I'm taking the one with some defensive stats. This feels pretty bad, but we'll make it work. Alright, bow build online. And the idea is, of course, we buff ourselves with Hex Bane, and then we shoot 5 arrows with mirrored blades. And hope that the mana steal is actually gonna be pretty bad before we actually manage to gamble an exceptional or upgrade to an exceptional. Alright. And then, as I mentioned at the start, I'm going to use a summon with the bow build to have some meat tanks, even though at the start I said we were not using the demon tree. But I think the bow respec has earned it. So if we're going 1 point into every skill, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 10 skill points just to get one in each. So maybe it's better to just get one really strong goatman. I don't think you can blade warp with a bow, right? Yeah, that's unfortunate. You can't blade warp with a bow. Let's just shoot some minions to see. I think it'll be... I mean, you can see it's fine. What's not fine is our mana consumption. Oh, no way. How unfair. It seems like the mirrored blade attacks, even as arrows, that they sort of shotgun. Interesting, I did not know that. Well, in that case, I think this build is gonna be fine. You know, fine by my standards. It's kind of funny that the sound effect for mirror blades is still like metal unsheathing, right? It doesn't look like we should have great chance to hit, but if you look at Hexbane, minus 49% enemy defense. Yeah, the way he moves his hands. He's kind of doing the bow motion, but, well, at least with this hand, but without touching the bow. Oh, put something in the second slot to warp. That's a good idea. I should put something in this skill slot to, in this skill slot to blade warp. Yeah, reducing enemy defense is pretty great. So basically the chance to hit formula uses your level versus the monster level, then your attack rating versus enemy defense. So, you know, going all in on attack rating usually can't solve it alone, but if you go like decent level, a bit of attack rating, and some minus enemy defense, it starts feeling pretty good. It's just a shame that minus enemy defense is such a rare stat. So it's not very often you can actually reasonably get that. Have you considered Hex Siphon for the mana lifesteal? I think, I mean, 90% of our damage, or maybe 99% of our damage, comes from Hexbane. And you can't have double hexes active at the same time, right?
Greetings.
I don't think I need the poison one right now. Okay, what demons to get? I mean, consume wouldn't be that bad. Some attackers, some movement speed. seems great. Oh, but if you consume, like, it works like this, right? If you can have one demon, and you summon the demon, consume the demon, you can't summon the demon again, right? Because then the consume buff disappears, right? Hey, thank you, Bloody Hunter, for the subscription. 11 months. Hello, Sarfan. Hello, chat. Hello, Bloody Hunter. Correct. Well, that's unfortunate, because I was looking forward to the move speed, but I think we want tanks. Maybe I should just stick with the Goat Man and try to get one big chunky tanker. Consume is a synergy. Oh, Consume is a synergy for Hexbane. Ah, tough. Tough. I mean, we could go stick with the original plan and not use summons and just be a very zoomy, fast archer. Or put 5, but isn't it 10 points required to get a second demon? Hey, thanks for the bits, Bubble. Bow time. Yeah, I felt like Echoing Strike was didn't feel right to me. It's 10 for 3 demons. Oh, did they change that? 5 points for 2 demons. Alright. Cool. I like that change. Because I believe when the patch or when the DLC first dropped, it was 10 and 20 required for 2 or 3. That was nice. Oh, but it's hard points now. Okay. Well, I like that change anyway. Yeah, let's try to get a tanky-ish Goat Man. I don't know, now I'm just putting my points and hoping it will be fine. It's about time we leave town, right? I should have put more points in the demon perhaps, or Blood Oath. Yeah, Blood Oath might be required for tanking. But like a 40-second consume, I will never manage to keep that up. Well, we have a workable build for sure, so now the priority is to farm some gold, gamble a rare bow, and if needed upgrade it to at least exceptional. Well, we can't upgrade to elite yet.
I am overburdened.
So upgrade it to exceptional. And take it from there. Yeah, Goatman is the new Emilio. And I'm considering if we should swap the mercenary. So I guess we can't really, because we rolled. We let RNG decide our mercenary. Well, if I change the no summons rule for hell, I guess I should. I might as well change the rule for which not minion, but merc to use. Could also use the normal attack against single targets, but it'll deal so much less damage. But let's distribute some points, and let me just quickly check what the requirements for the exceptional hunter's bow is. So 25 strength, 62 dex, but then for the elite version I will need 76 strength. We'll worry about that later, I think. Like, should we take, how do you say, should we take height for getting lucky and get the runes to upgrade the blade bow to elite? I don't think so. I think it's too unlikely. It's better to dump our stats into better things right here, right now. Though I will go up to like a little bit of strength, just in case we gamble some piece of gear with higher requirements. Though right now we have really low strength required on our gear. We can go for a lot of dex though. Though of course we need a bit of life as well. Let's go like 150, 150. And then we can save a few points. Yeah, let's do it like that for now. Like the damage is fine. The main thing I would like to get higher base damage for is so that our mana leech actually does something. Because right now we deal so little physical damage.
I can't carry anymore.
Light plate, huh? And I guess while I am while I am this gold poor, I really should take an extra trip to town as soon as the inventory is full.
Yes.
35k, huh? Wow, hell is so easy. I don't think the world needs more warlock how do you say? Warlock slander. But I will say that a spontaneous respect to a bow build on a character that's not really built around bows or built for bows, without the support for it, shouldn't be this strong.
Good morning.
But this time we'll take it because we are struggling in other departments. Okay, I like that bow better. It's a razor bow and it has a bit of attack rating, and of course chat's favorite, light radius. Oh, here we go. Rare razor bow. The stats are fine. Well, we can keep gambling, hoping for something even better, like this one. What? I mean, this needs upgrading, but attack speed. Bye-bye, Light Radius. It was nice knowing you. Yeah, hardly knew you. And then someone said razor tail, and I like where your head's at. But I think like a ring, a single ring. It's that easy, ladies and gentlemen. It's that easy. What? Though I think I will have to keep my 18 lightning res ring, so I guess I'll have to replace this one. Just to gamble rares, it's that easy. Absolutely ridiculous. Never punished, yeah. Always rewarded, never punished. Okay, but now I need to upgrade. Not that bow, but my current bow. Upgrading rare weapons, and for that we need like Amrel, Perfect Sapphire. It wasn't right. I need Ort Am Perfect Sapphire. Okay, I was close. And let's hope I check the stats correctly. Well, I have spare stat points. Nice. Poison damage to stop regen, attack rating, bit more damage and attack speed. This looks really nice. I'm actually contemplating going to Nightmare and adding a socket to it right away. But maybe we can get something even better. Who knows? Where can I see? Oh, here we go. Oh, I've been live for almost an hour and we barely left town. But hopefully this'll make the run better and more enjoyable. Rel, Ort, what's the difference really? Yeah, I meant they are close in rarity, not in name, I guess. Nice. Now we're speedrunning. I guess it hasn't been an hour because I was late. That's true. It hasn't been a full hour. But like 45 minutes of me wish-washing how to optimize an awful respec. You can see the mana regen doing stuff, or like the life mana steal, but it doesn't do much. I mean, this is my passive mana regen.
I can't carry anymore.
If the pivot to Archery is questionable, couldn't you say that it's a gamble? Very flavorful. I like it. Man, I can't believe that his you know, off-brand multi-shot actually shotguns. Multi-shot Amazon in shambles. So like, who cares that my damage is like barely 1000 per attack when I attack 5 times at once? Though I probably need to favor mana potions. Yeah, I'm already out of mana again.
The Order welcomes you.
Another 35k Falcata. Falcata. How useful is 100 poison damage over 6 seconds in comparison to lightning, fire, etc.? It's much more valuable, but not for the damage. But poison damage stops monsters from regenerating. So at this point in the game, I would much rather have 100 poison damage than any other elemental damage type. Because 100 elemental damage, if your character isn't built around elemental damage, is a little bit of, you know, it's a little whatever. Because of monster resistances, etc. And, you know, the ED bonuses on something like this, like mirrored blade damage 108%, that only boosts physical damage. I used this before, but I found it hard to control the spread. I'm inclined to agreeing with you. But also, I haven't used it for a long time, but like compared to the multi-shot Amazon, it seems like very sensitive. Like already if I click only half the screen away, it's very tight. And if I click here, it's like almost one projectile. Whereas if I click here, it's not even that big of a spread, right? So being kind of used to the Amazon multi-shot, it does feel a little weird. But it also feels pretty good, so I'm not really complaining. And the attack rating situation is looking very nice. Speedrunning, yeah. I'm not even sure why I put that particular word in my mouth. Because there's not much speedy about my running. So do you reckon Blood Oath or more points into Goatman? The bonus per point in Blood Oath is pretty nuts actually. From 50% extra life on the demon to 85. Yeah, cold damage can also be very useful because cold damage slows enemies. Though I find that most sources of cold damage lasts a really short time when you get into hell. But it can be useful, absolutely. Donk. And even though I questioned it earlier, I do like that we went with Consume, because the added movement speed from the Consume feels pretty great, like for kiting. So what do you reckon we gamble next? I kind of feel like keep going for bows, even though we have a
Use this yet.
passable one. Because it still feels like that will be the biggest bang for buck. Alternatively, try to get gloves with even more attack speed, but once again, I do like the attack speed and the fire res on these gloves. Because my resistances are mediocre. I mean, 30 among the most important ones is fine. The edge rune word would be great, but there's no way to make rune words, as you can't gamble non-magic bases.
Good day.
Engorge, what does that do again? Oh, right. I forgot about this skill. It's good, but I guess it does heal your minion. I was gonna say, I'm mostly interested in making my demon a tank, not like buff the attack speed, but that skill does help with that as well. I resurrected Ilson just to see what he can do, but I don't think he'll be able... Ooh, nice. I don't think he'll be able to stay alive very long at all. Actually, I should put Death Mark on D. Did you drop Shake or anything like this? Or anything like that on this character? I don't think we have had any too crazy drops where I like cried because I couldn't use them, but we've certainly found a few uniques, but nothing extraordinary. At least not that I can remember. We did find Bone Snap, which isn't a crazy item, but it would have been really good to use. Well, not now with the bow spec, but for previous builds we ran. Also found the Gavel of Pain. Okay, and here we have Mr. Treehead Woodfist. Can't keep the Merc alive at all. But I am very fast. Oh, I was like, why don't I deal any damage anymore? And I talked about this in the very first stream of this run. Hexbane makes your weapon go from purple to purple with a slight hint of orange. And that's, for me, it's very hard to see compared to Hex Purge, which makes everything green. And I guess I should notice the damage drop-off eventually.
I need mana. I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
So actually, what does Consume do? Consume gives us damage and Crushing Blow, life and move speed. So if we're in a position where we really need tanking power only, I could also opt to not consume one of the goatmen and run around with 2 tanks instead. I mean, I really like zooming around, but just pointing out that we have the option. Do you know Gnome Pin? No, I don't. Is that one of those these nuts gachas or what? We could go into the Forgotten Tower and hope for a lucky Pal rune or whatever is required to upgrade a Razor Bow to the Elite version. Always good to see that every class becomes a Boazon in Sarfen's hands. Well, finally it actually worked out, right? This actually feels like a strong build. But when you phrase it like that, why don't I play the Boazon more often? I was actually thinking that the next time I do a uniques only run, maybe we could try it with the Amazon. But the problem with Amazon is that she's not as gear dependent in one sense as the Barbarian, because, you know, a lot of her skills add flat damage, add flat elemental damage. Whereas the Barbarian is basically only percentage based. But on the other hand, a lot of her skills require either a javelin or a bow to be used at all. So it would be a very weird character to play until the first bow or javelin. And to be fair, I don't think there are very many unique javelins at all in the game. So it would probably go towards being a Boazon. But you know, looking for only uniques to wear is restrictive to begin with, but then going for a single item type on top might be too much. Or we would have to be a passive son.
Overburdened.
How about uniques only necromancer with only curses? Those don't seem to fit to mesh very well, right? Those are like two pretty extreme challenges in one. So I guess they match very well in one sense. Oh, it's the D2 guy. I watch you every day when I go to bed. Hope you sleep well after a bedtime story from Sanctuary by yours truly. I was reading Dark Quill's message, so I'm gonna blame them for the death. Not really, but I have done curse only, unique only necro. It was very long, but I loved it. It sounds crazy. What do you mean you've done unique only, curse only? Want to say thank you for helping me think out of the box. Was going through CS, T5 Herald Spawn, Fanatic, Tanky, everything. I couldn't get near him without dying, but I realized I hadn't popped the seals yet. Oh, so you mean you killed him by popping the seals? Well, you're welcome. A Dark Quill and Quill Rats. The Bane of Sarfen. There are only 3 unique javelins. The lowest requires level 68. Oh. Okay, that one's on me. I shouldn't have started reading chat so close to the place I died. Well, that's a bit restrictive. I thought that maybe there was a low-level javelin, unique javelin that I hadn't thought about, but in that case, I think the Amazon is a pretty poor fit for a uniques only run. Or we'll embrace the passives on and find like a death spade and go shield and axe and, you know, critical strike, inner sight, etc. Yikes. Okay, let's take a breather in town.
The Order welcomes you.
I suppose we should save Deckard Cain before we go too much further. Because I am saving up a fair amount of gold. Well, only 135k actually. I guess I've spent a lot on potions, because the potions are kind of expensive right now.
I can't use this.
I'm actually gonna switch my hotkeys. It's unadvisable to do that in the middle of a run, but I want quicker access to my goat.
I can't carry it.
So I think we're gonna do like I did it in a recent challenge. We're gonna go to the Countess one time, just to give ourselves the chance to get lucky and get the rune needed for an elite upgrade. But we're not gonna like grind her for a long time. I wonder how much money you've given to Gheed. Definitely, yeah, definitely enough that he should be able to upgrade his old wooden cart if he wanted to, but I guess he's a frugal man. Knows how to save a pretty penny for a rainy day. You could at least ask him for his belt, the stingy motherfucker. I mean, what would be holding up his pants in that case?
I am overburdened.
Though it was cool to learn about Gheed's belt when chat told me about it last stream. I didn't know there was a new unique called Gheed's waistband or whatever it was called.
Hello. Good day.
Magic find. 6 life. I have sold a total of like almost, I bet like a total of 100 life in charm boosts, but I just can't justify carrying them around. I am carrying one small one with me, but you cannot stack multiple instances of poison on enemies in Diablo 2, sadly. Warlock better Boazon than the Amazon. Well, that's the meme, right? The Warlock is better than all the other characters at their own game. Is it true? Maybe it is. I mean, surely I would never say something like, we're never gonna play the Warlock again. But seeing how extremely viable all of the builds are, it might be a while before we decide to go for the Warlock next for a run of Diablo 2. Like before starting this, I looked at the skills and the different characters and like their weapon dependencies, etc. And thought that, well, it'll be nice because he is kind of gear dependent. But he's not bound to a single weapon with his mastery, like for example the Barbarian is. But I mean, a random bow respec shouldn't be this strong, I don't think. Though I am definitely having more fun with this bow build than with Echoing Strike. And maybe it is partially, or it's definitely partially, because Echoing Strikes feels a bit cookie cutter. It kind of feels like doing a challenge run with a Hammered In or a Blizzard Sword. Here's your edge bow, by the way.
Impossible.
I think if I did make one big-ish mistake with the respec, it would be that I put 5 points into Deathmark. Partially because of the Crushing Blow synergy to Goatman, but I don't think, I mean, I've almost never used the Deathmark, and the thing with Crushing Blow is that having any amount of Crushing Blow is a huge difference between, or compared to no Crushing Blow against tanky monsters, but the difference between 5 to 10 maybe wasn't worth, you know, 4 points that could have been put into Blood Oath instead, or even 5 points. But you know, hindsight is 20/20, as they say. Meaning that you have a perfect vision after the fact. That probably didn't need an explanation, but there you go. It is a little bit odd, because for a lot of this Warlock's life, he was doing amazing AoE, but was struggling a bit against single targets. But now it's kind of the complete opposite. Well, I'm not struggling necessarily against groups, but...
Hello.
Because Mirror Blades can shotgun, the single target damage is... Wow.
Hello.
Bitterfinger, 21 light res, 22 fire res, 4 lifesteal, magic find. Sick ring from Akara. Ah. I didn't mind the Ormus rares too much, but this one, the Akara Bitterfinger ring, that is a ring I would have loved to use. Lifesteal, dual light fire res, and high rolls too, or at least very decent rolls. Oh well. Hey, thanks Dark Quill for the super chat and the trivia question. I appreciate the support. Okay, let's see. There is one set in the game that has 2 unique functions, not stats, that no other set has. Which set is it? And bonus points if you know the functions. So, because you say no stats, I immediately think of Trang'ul. Trang'ul's avatar. Trang'ul's... Guys? No, I think No, that's... Oh, anyway, Trang'ul set makes you into a vampire, but that's one unique function. Oh, and the other unique function is perhaps the glowing aura, the halo around it. Is that right? Did I get it right away? Yeah, Trang'uls give you Fireball and Firewall, but those are stats, right? Nope. Okay. There is a set in the game that has 2 unique functions. Don't all sets? Well, all the high-level elite sets. Not all sets. If you complete Saigons, you don't get the aura. Oh, that's a good one, Shannon. Trang set changes appearance and the animation breakpoints. I'll narrow it down. It's one of the original sets. What? But when you say... Oh, sorry, I misread the original question. Okay, there is one set in the game that has 2 unique functions. Not stats that no other set has. But then then I'm not sure what you mean by functions that are not stats. Because all the, like, Immortal King and Tal Rasha, etc., those were all added in Lord of Destruction, right? So that's not an original set. So, like, Berserkers... But there's nothing special about Berserkers.
What you need?
Yeah, could you perhaps give a clue or hint or elaboration what you mean with not stats? Like, do you literally mean it's not like any stat text? So like it's not nothing to do with cannot be frozen or crushing blow? When you do uniques rares only, do you usually allow yourself to complete non-optional quests, like destroying Mephisto's Soulstone? Well, that is actually an optional quest, but usually I do allow... Usually I allow socket fillers. So I usually allow Hellforge and runes and stuff. I'll spoil one of the functions then. Equipping the set items doesn't give predetermined stats. It's the only set that can give you a random amount of stats. Oh man, it's so tough because the original sets are pretty damn bad. So I haven't equipped them in a while. I'm thinking like, is there something with a staff mod? But I don't think any of the sets can spawn with set items can spawn with staff mods, right? Like, okay, I'm getting way more sidetracked by this than I ought to be. But I need to... It tickles my brain. A little 5-minute trivia side quest. Okay, let's get to the bottom of this, guys. So the normal sets. Infernal tools. First I was thinking like, is it one with the wand and then the wand can spawn with a random amount of stats? But I don't think any of the set items can even have staff mods. Your trivia questions are too good, Darkwill. I'm completely blank. I think that you're gonna tell me what it is, and then I'm not even gonna understand. Severb's set. Oh, hey JK. I heard some scrub called the Backlash Cup in your poison only run. When will you fight him to the death? I will challenge him to a counter. How do you say counter competition? I heard that's his weakness. Severb's notes. Items in Severb's vestment set will receive a magic bonus if you wear one specific other set item in that set. The set item required to activate this bonus will be listed in parentheses. You will only be given if... Oh, interesting. What a weird thing to include something like that on one item only. So it's like specific partial set bonuses. And the weapon has no set bonus at all. Good morning, Big C. Hello, Skate. True, he is very bad at parrying. I saw that in your latest video, JK, which was very entertaining and fantastic and great. If anyone is up for some parrying and counter shenanigans in Dark Souls, you know where to go. So Dark Quill, was it that there was two of them that were... Yeah. How strange. Maybe I've never even equipped the full Severbs. Thank you for another very interesting trivia question.
Greetings.
It is becoming clear to me though
Hi.
why my best showing in Mr. Llama's trivia game show was a second place. And of course, that was the time where when we were only two competitors. Otherwise, it was last or second to last. Yeah, there's a whole function for sets to include the set bonuses depending on what's equipped, but only Severbs use it. That's wild. I wonder if they were planning to have more sets like that, or if it was just, you know, someone on the team felt really passionately about, you know, specific set bonuses. I like trivia that ends up with you asking, what were they thinking? Yeah. What were they thinking in angry video game nerd voice? What were they thinking? Do you know the D2 names and D1 names of the three D1 heroes? Well, we have Aiden, which is the warrior, right? Which becomes the Dark Wanderer and or Diablo. Then we have the rogue, whose name is Amplisa, as we saw on my Diablo 1 stream, and she becomes Bloodraven. And then we have the sorcerer, who becomes the summoner, and his name is I can't even come up with something funny to say for that. Do I remember correctly that in the manual for Diablo 1, does it say the names then? So the sorcerer's name is like Vidzika or some foreign name with an apostrophe. I don't know what the rogue is called. I was just joking when I said Amplisa, because that's what I named my rogue when I played Diablo 1. I'll be honest, when you asked me that question, Diablo, I thought that you had the answers and wanted to quiz me. Not that you were asking for the names, because I was half guessing. Nice body block by the skeletons. I have to give them that. I do kind of wish that the spread of the arrows was slightly larger. Or like wider, I suppose.
I can't use this.
It was a quiz, but now I forget the sorcerer guy's name.
These sisters
All right.
succumb so readily to the call of anguish.
I guess I am trivia brain today, because now I really want to find out. Oh, blade bow, but of course a blade bow found on the ground is off limits. Most of the damage from on this build is definitely coming from Hex Bane. Let me run to town so I don't die when showing up. Most of the damage is definitely coming from Hex Bane, together with Mirrored Blades. I still want physical damage on the bow though, for leeching purposes. Aiden the warrior, Morena the rogue, Jazreth the sorcerer. Okay, so I was not quite right on the Visage, the sorcerer. What is the name of the young female from Diablo 3 that was with Deckard Cain? Oh, Leah. That's an easy one. Her... or Deckard's nephew. No, Deckard's niece, right? Uncle Deckard. I actually played through Diablo 3 recently, So that was not, or not all of the game, but I played through a bit of part of it. So that was top of mind. Same thing, something. Okay, hold on. Where is the manual for Diablo 1? I should have it on my computer. Right, I can't find it. Let's not spend too much time. So let's go do that one tower run and hope to get lucky.
Oh, fresh blood smells fast.
Distraction stream, yeah, big time. Lots of 5-minute adventures. Or lots of side quests today. But the sorcerer in Diablo 1, what? He's like from a mage's guild or a clan or something. And what's that called? He's like one of the mages of... Like the warrior is from the... hails from the steppes of Kanduras or something, right? And what's like the origin or guild of the sorcerer? Will you be reaching Act 3 today? Okay, let's set that as our goal. It's a little ambitious, especially with the amount of side quests. Both in-game and out of game. Like, we don't need to do the tower. But here we are. Jazzeret is a Visgeri. That's what I was thinking about. Visgeri. That's the name I remember. The Visgeri. Visgeri. Visgeri clan. That's I thought that was his name. So good to hear that I didn't pull a string of sounds out of my ass. They came from somewhere. He's a Visgeri sorcerer. Visgeri, maybe.
I am overburdened.
Are you now? I don't have the confidence to leave a full rejuvenation on the ground like that. Unfair, was. He was a Visgeri. Because we killed him in Act 2. Though, actually, technically, he's still alive in this hell playthrough.
I am overburdened.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage. I am cursed, to be fair.
Good day to you, partner.
Good day to you too, partner. I'm just gonna find the stairs. Thank you, Ghostwoods, for the resub. I appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. The Veiled Brotherhood of the Visgerai. Amazing how much lore there is in this game that I am clueless about. Or like this universe, perhaps. I don't think that this Garage has a major role in Diablo 2. Alternatively, I just self-reported as a lore skipper.
I can't carry.
Okay, need to sell some loot.
Stay a while and listen.
The Order welcomes you.
Ooh, lots of gold coming in. We should be able to afford a little gambling sesh soon, right? I believe one hunter's bow was 21k. And if we don't go for hunter's bows, what are we even going for? Like the mana steel on my circlet is my only source of mana steel right now. Maybe one more ring. Maybe go for an even better bow, because as nice looking this is, it's still only 61% ED. And by this point, I am more or less committed to leaving my mercenary dead and spend the golden gambles instead. The Goatman is our new safety buffer in the absence of Emilio.
Can't carry it.
And I kind of like the idea of going for a rogue. But I don't think she'll do that much for us right now. I mean, sure, the AoE from Freezing Arrow would be welcome, but is it really gonna be that noticeable? And I mean, I don't think she's gonna be able to stay alive that well either. Especially when I am engaging in kind of a kiting playstyle. Oh, I'm already on level 5, huh? Okay, let's see how much gold. Now we have 1k. Let's see how much gold we get in hell from the floor gold. I guess this isn't floor gold, but I mean, it's in the room. If it was Emilio, I would have arrested him immediately. No further comments. I mean, the gold piles are nice, but they don't look that much better than Nightmare, so let's see. So I got like 18k. A little less if you remove the gold from some of the chests. +3 to Dragon Tail. Imagine if our one-shot princess would have had this one.
Good day.
Good day.
I mean, if you're arguing about goat men, or not arguing, but like, if you're talking about goat men, have you considered the existence of the cow king? That doesn't make any sense. Triple 35k sales. Beautiful. Yeah, the Merc's gear is also gambled only. I think I would have been more interested in trying to keep one alive if they had some spicy rune words, but the main thing my Merc did for me was tank. And I think having even if this guy dies slightly faster than Ilsan, at least it costs me 17 mana to rehire him, as opposed to maybe like 25k now. It was like 21, 22, and that was a few levels ago. And I can do it on command, don't have to go back to town. Damn, they are really cursing me. So many cursed elites on this run in general, I would say.
I can't carry anymore.
Okay, give me a good rune. I actually don't know if it's a Pal or a Lem I want with a rare weapon. Am and IO. And a unique flail. But that's only good for upgrading like normal to exceptional. Oh well. You can get a bigger spread by clicking close to yourself. Yeah, I know you can control the spread. But I found like here it's a decent spread. If I click only like here, it's a very narrow spread. And so far I found it better to like focus fire. Well, look at that weird spread. It's like they spread out and go back in again.
The Order welcomes you.
It almost becomes a single projectile, which I guess it's actually kind of nice for this character. Oops, I did not mean to sell that rune. I can sell the IO rune though. Really now? Well, I did get that triple 35k sale. And then with the sort of plus sign or cross in the middle of the cloister, you always go this direction to find the barracks. pew pew pew. And I don't think I care about the malice anymore, sadly.
Simple cages for simple minds.
Like, in a way, it's... A lot of the multi-projectile attacks in Diablo 2 can't hit multiple projectiles on a single target, right? So then it makes sense to spread out. But in general, if you can, I think it's better to focus fire. Because it's better to kill one enemy quickly and then the second, etc. Because you reduce the incoming damage. Compared to, like, spreading out the damage, so you're fighting, like, 5 almost dead enemies. So I actually think that focus firing is a good strat. Even though it feels weird with a multi-shot-esque skill.
I can't carry anymore.
And those will be some nice gold for sure. Right, about 2 hours remaining. I mean, I'll try to stick to my stream time, but today I don't have, like, I don't need to shut down immediately. Like, I don't have a super rush afterwards. So we can definitely try to get to Act 3.
Not enough mana.
It'll depend though. I mean, level 63 is fine for Act 1. But I can't fall too far behind on levels, because then the chance to hit is gonna start looking bad again. Like right now my chance to hit is pretty damn nice. 7k attack rating and minus 49% enemy defense. Really strong combination, but if you're too under-leveled, you'll still struggle to hit, even with all of those stats.
I am overburdened.
Berserker's Hatchet. Not even an ED bonus. Though to be fair, it does get ED bonus as a set bonus. I think it's a 2-piece set bonus. It's like 50 ED.
Good evening.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
Good evening.
I had a brain fart and thought Kasha was Deckard Cain. Can you see the resemblance? I don't see gender or age. Good on me. Or color, or clothing, I suppose, or walking sticks.
Yes?
Well, I made the money back, but that is one less gamble for sure, because Ilsan isn't gonna stick around. If I really wanted to min-max, I would go back to previous difficulties to buy cheaper mana potions, because the super mana potion is completely wasted on my small mana pool, but there are no cheaper ones for sale in Hell. But 900 per potion is really expensive, actually. So you know what? Before... Like, when we reach the next waypoint... Oh, all my shared stashes are full, right? I can throw these ones away, because we are currently done with the... Currently we're done with the Spin the Wheel challenge. Actually, we even did it in hardcore, but I prepped for softcore just in case. So then we can go back to Nightmare, buy cheaper mana potions, fill up this stash tab to maximize gamble gold funds. Doesn't see anything wrong. Glasses, maybe. Maybe. I mean, most characters don't need to buy potions, but this one in particular is quite mana hungry. So I find myself running out of mana. And I think that if I had a bigger mana pool, so that I could benefit, like if I could get the full effect from my mana potions, like if I could get 500 mana out of every potion, I think it would be fine. But since I have such a small mana pool, even a super healing potion gives me like maybe a little more, maybe 170 mana, because I can't really out spam the regen rate either. Like sometimes if you have like 200 mana in your pool, but you drink a potion with 300 mana, you can sometimes get the full benefit of the potion by spamming your mana very quickly. But if the gap between your pool and the potion is too big, the regen happens so fast that you don't have time. You can see I can attack like twice before the pool is filled up. So you're basically Deadeye from PoE1. Who?
Greetings.
Scammers 35k, 3,500, and they hope that you don't see the missing zero. Deadeye, isn't that a ascendancy? Oh, I sent it to the wrong stash tab, but I noticed, so I think it's fine to nab it back. Do, 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 do. Running out of arrows? Oh, yeah, I'm really running out of arrows. Can I get a clutch arrow drop? Oh, perfect. The next time someone asks me why I carry so many keys around with me, I'm gonna refer to that very moment.
I am overburdened.
That totally preventable moment if I had only bought more of them when I was in town. Getting an insight in Act 2 normal is supposedly possible, but it's proving difficult. I guess you're right, it is possible because you have the cube, but it's gonna be... I mean, you can't find polearms or spears with 4 sockets naturally in normal difficulty. You would have to... Yeah, if you're in normal Act 2, you would need to cube it, to cube a polearm. Actually, can the polearms that drop in Act 2 even get 4 sockets? Are they high enough item level? I'm doubtful. You can, but it's truly cursed. I bet. The cube is a blessing and a curse, because if you get stuck on some particular challenge or achievement you're going for, the problem with the cube is that a lot of things become possible in theory, since you can upgrade a bunch of stuff.
Can't carry.
Okay, I owe Ilsan an apology. I wasn't familiar with this game. He's been staying alive for like several fights now. Including at least one elite fight. Hit spawn foul dog ambush. Classic.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Okay, where is... Down here, maybe? Yeah. Level 3. Lucky. Okay, let's go for the next waypoint. Then we'll do the next big gamble. And I will also use that time to go to the bathroom. Consume. Eating my own goat, man. What a monster. Sudden epiphany. Shouldn't I be consuming the Defiler? Since that boosts magic damage and reduces enemy magic resistance. Since this is magic damage. Well, that's 2 skill points away. And I guess this one does give me Crushing Blow, actually. Which is, you know, maybe useful against enemies like Duriel. But this is 10% chance of Crushing Blow and 45 ED. But surely some extra magic damage would be better. I checked. You need item level 26 for any polearm to be able to roll 4 sockets. So that should be possible to drop in the very end of Act 2, right?
I can't carry anymore.
Ooh, dude, I really need to start playing the true Archer playstyle. I mean, I have almost 700 life and okay. Mediocre but not terrible resistances. But I cannot take a punching at all. Which, you know, no blocking, no fist damage reduction, so it makes sense. I say, and then run immediately run straight into a pack. No, Act 2 ends at 14 area level, sorry, 17. Oh, okay, then it's not even close then. Well, in that case, you shouldn't even be able to get the polearm even from elites, right? That can have 4 sockets. Preserved Dead are monster level 23, so unique minions should be 26 to drop the 4-socket polearm. Oh dang, so you need to farm Preserved Dead elite minions for a white polearm and then roll it in the cube, hoping for the chance to get 4 sockets. May one ask, inquire why you are doing that to begin with? Exactly, it sounds terrible. I love it. So not like you had, how do you say? You had my curiosity. Now you have my attention. Or is it the other way around? The guy from like Leonardo DiCaprio in Django Unchained. Like, terrible odds of getting an item at a specific point. That's super easy to get later. Well, now I'm interested. One-shot challenge with Seal. LMAO. Ah, I see. I see. Well, if you allow yourself to use Seal, do you really need insight for Duriel? Like, is there no combination of like rare mauls or pikes that could work? Well, those will be very rare too, of course. But now it all makes sense, of course. Insight, big ED boost, and +2 crit. Getting +2 crit on a paladin for a one-shot, for like one-shotting purposes is of course big. Are you hoping to gamble a better bow? I think so. I think we're going for more bows. But I'm actually, since this one, the current bow is perfectly fine. I mean, I wish it did more base damage to leech more, but I think it's fine. We could go for something higher risk, higher reward. Like maybe a longbow, hoping for a shadow bow. Like a sick rare shadow bow. Because I believe shadow bows have really low strength requirement, but a big dex requirement. And very good base damage. So now that we have a serviceable fast mid bow, we could go for a bit of a gamble with our gambling. Because the average longbow isn't gonna be great. But if we're talking about shadow bows, you know? Or we could do that crazy thing that someone suggested and go for wind force. Though I don't think, actually, I don't think we're high enough level to even be able to gamble wind force. If I'm completely honest. I have a savage bill, but not enough to kill Duriel. Oh, really? Because a bill is a... Yeah, the bill is exceptional, right? So if a bill doesn't do it, I guess a rare pike or maul isn't gonna do it either. Well, don't pikes have a really big damage spread? Of course, I can see sealing with a pike against Duriel to be difficult because, you know, he could interrupt your super slow attack. What actually is the best type of bow for physical damage? I guess it is a Hydra bow. Well, I guess I don't know actually. I think Shadow Bow or Hydra Bow are good.
Good to see you.
Okay, we're in town. And actually I said I wasn't gonna, but since I found a non-magic Chris dagger, we're going after Char's hammer, after all. The malice. No quest items allowed. Well, sorry, no quest gear. Consumable quest items I have been using. Oh, I thought that this was a dead end, but clearly it's not. What about suckutables? Any suckutables are fine in my eyes, as long as the base item is gambled. Okay, this wasn't the like super quick in and out extraction mission I envisioned, but it has to be close to here somewhere. This area isn't usually that big. Okay, here we go. I do like the experience too.
That's enough.
Drinking rejuves for mana feels bad, man.
I am overburdened. The craft
I mean, we will encounter tankier enemies later, but so far I'm actually not sure about the Crushing Blow. I mean, Crushing Blow is nerfed by half, I think, on ranged attacks.
Oh,
So maybe it is whatever.
good day.
Okay, let's see if it was worth it. Yay! 35k. How's the mirrored arrows or whatever?
Honor welcomes you.
I quite like them. Feels pretty good to use, to be honest. Thank you for broadcasting your gameplay footage live to the internet. You're welcome, it's my pleasure. Okay, I really need to run to the bathroom.
Let's deal, my friend.
And then I think I'm going for a longbow with a pipe dream of getting a 6 shadow bow. Or is that nonsense and I should try for a better razor bow? Or long war bow. But the Hydra bow line of bows are so heavy, like they require a lot of strength, and while I have some saved stat points, it's only 30. Or go for the pipe dream of Witch Wild String, though most of my damage is magic. Alright, BRB. Hello. The music in Diablo 2 is great, especially the Act 1 music. The Act 5 music is good too, but I think Act 1 and Act 2, but even more so Act 1, has great atmosphere to the music. Oh, I'm seeing this late, but Fuji McFly, you mean I can spend hours farming this item at level 26 instead of spending the hours leveling and finding it naturally later on? You son of a bitch, I mean. Sounds like a great time to me. Man, my eyes are a bit itchy. I'm starting to think that I might be allergic to... Well, not to summer, obviously, but to, like, grass or something. Well, that's off topic. The longbow is slightly more expensive. Allergic to us. Allergic to chat. Let's see what else you're saying. Sarpan, what do you use to stream? I use OBS, a free open source piece of software that's great. And as far as I know, basically the industry standard for streamers at least. Though there are other softwares. Only allergic to non-socketed white gear. That's why you're a gamer. Yeah, allergic to grass. I guess I meant pollen, but allergic to grass sounds great. Can't touch it then. Okay, I think we're going for longbows, even though I'm not sure if it's the right call. We can do like half and half. We have so much gold actually. Maybe we should go for rings, but it's like 600k is like 12 rings. Feels so bad. Shadow bow. We got the shadow bow naturally. Well, we could actually get those stats, right? 51, so like 15 into strength and 10 into dex. We could actually meet the requirements. But I don't think a shadow bow with 1 max damage is better than the razor bow with that attack speed and everything. Well, unless I have missed something, and you know, very big chance that I have, I think this is our first elite item gambled. So that's very cool. Jagged cedar bow. So the cedar bow has a higher strength requirement than a shadow bow. Interesting. Notably, still no rares. Which is, you know, not too unexpected, seeing how lucky we were with rares the last time we gambled. Like the several rare bows into the ring. This one has too bad stats for me to bother. But it is a rare, which is what I asked for. Oh, this one is kind of interesting. Like similar stats to my razor bow, but higher numbers but I don't think the numbers are higher enough that it's even worth bothering. Shame. If it was like 185 ED, I would have been interested. Test check. Well, then I need to use a bunch of runes. And my only remaining sapphire. So I have Amn. So I will use my last Amn, my last sapphire. And a non-existent Ort rune. But I can probably cube one Ort rune. I don't think the improvement is good enough. Especially seeing it will be slower. Yeah, cruel and fool's mods. That is basically what I'm looking for, right? Fool's mod or like cruel. Or at least something with like 150 plus ED. Yeah, you guys wanna see what it looks like? Oh, I'm gonna be super rune poor, like upgrade rune poor afterwards.
I can't carry anymore.
Excuse me, Mr. Goatman. Can I consume him to see my rail rune? Somehow, no, actually, I was gonna say somehow the damage is worse, but 80 of that damage is poison damage, which doesn't really count, right? And actually the damage isn't worse. Let's see how big of a difference it is in the attack speed. Sadly, I don't think it is worth the loss in attack speed, since so much of our damage comes from Hex Bane. Like less min damage, or like a little bit higher min damage if we remove the poison, and I mean a couple of hundred max damage, but the attack speed is significantly slower. So I think this beats it out still. You can equip in weapon swap. Yeah, but for what, towards what end? To try it in action?
What can I do for you?
Right. That's the problem with testing it out. Like this is 2-shot, as was the other bow. But surely, like this did like 75% per hit. Whereas this did like 55%. But that doesn't matter, right? Try it on Andy farming. I mean, this is higher physical damage, which will help with lifesteal. Well, fine, I'll keep both. I mean, we did spend the resources to upgrade it already. Oh, I meant to go for the Defiler. I forgot. Well, I'll get the some skill points eventually. And with the remaining gold, let's go for another ring, see if we can improve on this one. I'm actually considering going back to Nightmare to socket either my circlet or my bow. Ooh. 3 less lightning rest, but 3 more life. 30 more life, I mean. I think I'm interested in that. Yeah. So 2 side grades. It's only slightly slower and you wanted higher physical damage anyway. I think it's noticeably slower. Like, since the game is based around frames, when you're already attacking pretty fast, increasing it by a full frame makes a big difference in DPS. Well, now you're poor again. Yep.
I can't use this yet.
Yes?
Gambling in Diablo 2 is like eating junk food or a bag of crisps. It feels very nice and you look forward to it, like, beforehand, but then it's over in an instant. Exactly, it's the old speed versus strength calculation, but the problem is that the difference in damage is so small, whereas the difference in speed is bigger. So I don't think it's worth it. But I don't think either of them is terrible. So I'm using the longbow now, so I'm gonna try it for a while and see, you know, if it feels like I have to drink way less potions, then I think it's worth it. Thank you, Shovelfly, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Here's a little money for you, poor bastard. Thank you, thank you. Gheed appreciates your contribution. I mean, I noticed the improved the improved lifesteal, or the improved mana steal, sorry. But since it's not really enough to make me not have to drink potions, I don't know. Now, my level 1 levitation mastery doesn't add that much crit, but if you include crit in the calculation, it becomes even more confusing. The other option is to upgrade to blade bow. Yeah, but for a blade bow, we need a hull rune. I have more or less given up on the hopes of getting an elite bow, but seeing that we actually got 1 shadow bow from gambling, that kind of made me hopeful again. So, I mean, a lucky Hellforge, or maybe even if we keep gambling bows, we could get a lucky elite gamble, because it was lucky to get a shadow bow at all, but a little bit unlucky that it had literally +1 max damage as the only stat.
I am overburdened.
I mean, even a mediocre ED roll like 61 or 85, if that had been on a shadow bow, the damage would have been significant. Yes, a few more levels and you will find more elite weapons. I don't know what the calculation for elite upgrades from gambling is. I know it's level dependent, but... Level 64. Because when you say find, I assume you mean from gambling. Because finding elite items doesn't matter, right?
I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
Oh, another end room. That's nice. So we can maybe upgrade another weapon in the future. If it was +1 light radius, it would have been end game for sure.
I can't carry it.
The problem with the light radius meme is that I'm not in on it, it's only the chat, so like... I would never use an item like that, but chat would be angry or sad when I threw it away. I don't think re-rolling gambled items is in the spirit of gambling them. Like, upgrading them is different for me, because then they keep their stats, and you upgrade the base. For me, it's completely different to re-roll the item. Yeah, the faster bow. Especially when facing enemies that don't die in like 1 or 2 hits. I think the faster bow is significantly better. Ooh. Thank you for the bless yous. Let's try and snipe the shaman. Oh, he moved. He took a pot shot from the tiny... opening here, but then he retreated. Right. Because you can't move through that space, but you can shoot through it.
I can't carry anymore.
Superior Gothic bow.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
Hey, thank you, Matt NC, for the Pepsi Fund. Cheers to you, and thank you for the support. Gambling at level 64, it's around 1% for the boat to become elite. At level 70, it's already over 3%. Bad odds, but also... So you're saying there's a chance. Though 100 gambles is like 2 million gold. More than 2 million gold. On average. Alright, can we get some juicy, high-value loot from Andariel? Like 4 rares that all sell for the gold cap. What an unbelievable snipe by Andariel there. Polearm. Okay, I'm gonna run to town before I die, but we'll definitely be selling all that. Hey, what's up, Paladine? The end rune will keep. The chipped gems, I guess we'll keep. I'm spending so much gold though on freaking potions, which it does not help our gambling ambitions, but it is what it is. I never executed on that plan of going back to previous difficulties to buy cheaper potions, but maybe I should.
Good to see you.
Good day.
Battle branch 3000, what? So that's 35k.
Good day.
What the pickup glitch was that? Oh, yeah, if you pick an item up and you exit the game, the item can store, or like the game can store one item in like the cursor slot, for lack of a better word.
Good day. Greeting.
So if you're really strapped for space and you're saving and exiting anyway, you can save something on your cursor.
I know.
Be wary about picking up a valuable item on Battle.net though, because you can't move around
Good day.
with the cube, or not the cube, with an item on your cursor. So if you play online, someone can try to steal your item, I guess. Alright. Slower progress than I thought at the end of the last act. So I'm going to skip Radamant, actually. And gun for the main quests. With the hopes of keeping the entering Act 3 today dream alive. Oh, beautiful. I mean, yeah, that pickup trick is an old trick, but also it's not like there's any mention of it in the game, so unless you had a friend or someone on Battle.net tell you back in the day, you wouldn't have known. I actually have no idea. I don't remember where I learned it. And now I'm gonna remember to work towards the Defiler, so I can consume it for more damage. Halls of the Dead, more like Halls of the Dead End, am I right?
I can't carry anymore.
Sorry, I've been talking too much with JK leads. Can't help myself. Halls of the Dead silence after a bad joke. Ouch. Yours was way funnier though, because it used comedic timing better. And also, I guess it's always more fun to call out the streamer. No, too early for such bad jokes here in Texas. You know what? Maybe it will be a blessing that we're still keeping the longbow on Switch or cedar bow. Because soon we'll start encountering some mummies that are magic immune. It still looks like we have some damage without the magic damage, so it'll be okay, I bet. Not fine, but okay. I guess those might be synonymous. Actually, I think I will manage beating the reel today. If you know, go straight for the quest objectives, Act 3 is kind of short, right? Granted that you can handle grinding through the many narrow, tight areas. But with this kind of damage, I think I'll be fine.
I can't carry anymore.
Decent gear for gambling. Yeah, I think on average we have been really lucky. We have some very good rares. And some decent rares. Like, we don't have any truly terrible items anymore. I mean, sure, some of the gear pieces are like, whatever. But we're not using anything that I would classify as, you know, truly a filler item anymore. Yeah, true. The second act is a lot shorter when you don't need to get the cube as well. And I guess when you skip the Radament quest, which is questionable. Maybe I shouldn't have skipped it, but also in hindsight, he will be magic immune, right? Since he's a mummy. Damn, that's a lot of damage. Me, once again, getting absolutely destroyed by poison damage after continuously talking about, poison damage doesn't matter. Least important resistance, which I still believe, by the way, but it's not like least important means completely unnecessary. Especially because for some reason I seem to be opposed to buying and bringing antidotes with me.
I am overburdened.
I guess it feels like we have to go up the stairs. I guess it feels like we need to go back to town and grab some mana potions.
Hello. I don't.
Great.
I missed 3 hours. Anything good happen? Well, good is subjective, but I am very pleased with the fact that I did a full 180 respec and became a bow lock. Because I find this much more interesting than Echoing Strike.
Tell me your troubles.
And some decent gambles. You know, the bar for what a good gamble is was really high after the first 2 streams. But I think we've had some decent gambles. Especially with the amount of gambling I've done. Because it is getting expensive. Shadow bow. Yeah, damage is holding up pretty nicely, which is actually the main reason why I'm even considering gambling for other stuff than new bows, because the damage seems to be fine even with the very mid razor bow. The loot goblin gets a full slot of rejuvenation potions and never uses them. But what if I need them later? I even have like 10 or 15 in the stash, but you know, maybe I'll need them for the ancients. It's like beating Final Fantasy VII with every single elixir still in your inventory, because what if you need them for a more difficult fight? I would rather die and retry from the waypoint instead of wasting one of my precious elixirs. which is basically full rejuves. Thank you, Macri. Or M4 RCE. I think it's Macri. Support for the nicest dude on the internet. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the support and the kind words. By the way, how do you feel about 3 streams per week now that you're doing it somewhat consistently? I like it. It's a lot of fun. But I think it's safe to say that I have dropped the ball on posting regular videos this year. And it's not all to blame on a single extra stream per week. So what I'm thinking of experimenting with after the summer is to stream more frequently. But maybe not do like the full 4 hours every time. Because whenever I don't really watch my own streams back that often, but whenever I do, it strikes me how my energy and the amount of commentary and like how entertaining I find myself. It's definitely higher at the start of a stream when my energy is a bit higher. But you know, it goes against all of the guru tips of how to grow your stream. You need to be streaming at least 4 hours, they say.
Good to see you.
And there is something to say about that, because especially on YouTube, well, I guess you can on Twitch too, but like you can see your stats afterwards in real time, and for the first 1-2 hours, the amount of viewers goes up steadily, slowly. Then it usually plateaus around 2 hours into the stream, and then it stays rather consistently until I end stream. So it is a good idea to stream for like not too short of not too short amount of time at one go.
Greetings.
But for 4 hours of constant talking can be pretty straining to me anyway. So what's my real answer for your question? I like it, but I'm not sure I found exactly how I want to do it yet. But I will say, it is nice that a challenge can have like meaningful progress without too much time like passing in between. Great example, the No Town stream and also the Spin the Wheel stream. Those challenges like ran over the course of several months because they were like 10 to 12 stream challenges. And if you only stream twice a week, that becomes like 5-6 weeks. And then, you know, I miss a stream every now and then, which makes them take even longer. Out of arrows, but here's level 2. 24-hour stream, 24-hour stream. I get tired simply by thinking about the concept of a 24-hour stream. I think the 24-hour stream, or like stream marathons, that's a young man's game. I leave that to the younger generation. Did you get String of Ears? No. But I upgraded my single res sash to a dual res sash and upgraded it. Do you stream several challenges at once, or do you... I try to finish one, like, consecutive streams before I do something else, but not always. Like when Reign of the Warlock dropped out of nowhere. I dropped what I was doing and started streaming. But that, you know, that is an extreme event. Like the black swan of Diablo 2 content creation. Stealth dropping a DLC. And I was not one of the lucky few who knew about it beforehand. I was actually not even home, so I didn't get to play it for like almost a week after release. But in general, I like to finish up a project before starting another one. I have to say, the Goatman is actually pretty sturdy, considering I've only invested 10 points. I guess 15 points. But this only increases the damage, but like, between Goatman and Blood Oath, it's not that big of an investment. So next time you go on vacation, we get another shadow drop.
Good day to you, partner.
Well, who knows? I'm going on vacation after... I think I'm leaving sometime next week. Or I am leaving sometime next week. Undecided exactly what day. So who knows? Maybe you'll get the Reign of the Monk. I wouldn't count on it though. Let's try to go a little further before I retreat again. I backtracked on my decision to not use the demon tree when I became a bow lock. But yes, I am breaking the base rules I set up at the very start. And my rationalization is partially that if I can rely on that Goatman to tank for me instead of Ilsan, I won't have to spend money resurrecting Ilsan, which means more gambling, so I think it's a win-win. Why did you decide to become a bowlock? I thought that Echoing Strike was a little bland and not very fun. So even though I'm not sure I will be able to finish it now before vacation, I would rather keep the challenge more interesting. Because honestly, it felt like the Echoing Strike build meant that we were just going through the motions to finish it up. To finish the run. So it is a content decision, if you will. But like not only what I think the audience would find interesting, but like what I found interesting as well. Actually, mostly that. Okay, now I need to do a, or maybe it's, yeah, it is just up here. Thank you, Doc Jack, for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. What does the right click do with the bow? Mirrored blades is like multi-shot. You shoot 5 arrows. But the crazy thing is that they can shotgun, so to say, so to speak. They can hit the same target multiple times. So it's way better than multi-shot for single targets. But with only 5 arrows, it's slightly weaker against multiple targets. Can you gamble a Burisa? I guess you can, technically. Ah, I see. Ilsan is a victim of corporate warlock greed.
Stay a while and listen.
Yeah, these budget cuts, man. Normal people getting laid off, so the executives can squeeze out one more gamble for themselves. Absolutely horrific. Very poor taste. Would using a crossbow be better? Well, this skill, unlike Echoing Strike, is attack speed dependent. And most of the damage comes from Hex Bane. Though the real answer is, I don't know. Oh, can I put... I'm out of hotkeys again. I guess I'll have to put the Defiler on C. What an awkward skill placement. But -9 to enemy magic resistance and +14 magic skill damage. That sounds awesome. Anything in the offhand? Well, with a bow you still need the arrows in the offhand. Though if you mean my secondary weapon slot, I do have another bow there, but it's slower, so I ended up not really using it. An interesting thought I just had. I have not even tried any of the other sigils. But since, even with the bow, the mirrored blades are amazing at single target, but lack a little bit in AoE. What if we tried Sigil Death? 4 yards radius though. Seems a little small to rely on for your AoE, if you ask me.
Greetings.
So I have this in my main switch, and this one in my offhand. So this has higher base damage, physical damage, which matters, at least for mana steal. But it is noticeably slower, so I'm going for the Razor Bow for DPS.
There's no trouble a mug can't cure.
No edge bow. There's no way to make rune words from gambled items. From gambled items. A mercenary works for the one who pays the most. I mean, it must be rough in the mercenary economy with all these mercenaries willing to sacrifice their own life for like 25,000 gold. I guess there's an imbalance in supply and demand among the mercenary to hero. There's like a mercenary to hero imbalance in that equation. You know what I'm trying to say, hopefully. Equation. Oh, they are magic immune. No wonder I'm not doing any damage to them. Get rich and roll for a Burisa. Well, the people do love Burisa. And that's a good weapon. The problem is that I think the base item that is the Burisa is dreadfully slow. So if we wanna meme and go for a unique, I think it would be better to go for a slightly faster base item. Even though the payoff, if it worked, getting a Burisa would be hype as heck. Gambling plans. Get rich, gamble for something, get poor, pretty much. We can have all the plans we want, but in the end we need to get extremely lucky to get a set or unique. Though, I mean... How many items do you think we've gambled so far? Are we getting close to 1,000 total? I don't think so.
Tell me your troubles. It is an honor to serve you.
I wish I had kept tabs, but keeping tabs of how much gold you spend and or how many items you gamble seems like a nightmare. We would degen into spreadsheet gambling very quickly. Ooh, okay, Claw Viper Temple. I think this will be fine, and depending on how many mummies we get, might actually have to pull out the Cedar Bow a few times. But so far, no mummies. And these guys are not magic immune, they're embalmed. Oh, arrows. I could actually also go for Summon Defiler as my summon, but it only binds 2 enemies together and damage shared is only 26%, and I think the tank is too valuable. Too invaluable, even. Faceplate. Fine small charm. Ooh. At this point, I kind of snooze on 8 extra gold find. I know it fits the theme, but... Oh, here we go. There are mummies here. But like this feels like real archery gaming, right? Just gunning down enemies walking through a doorway. I mean, passable damage. I would not classify this as good damage. And actually against magic immunes, I can summon another Goatman instead of having the Defiler consumed. So I mean, that was fine. Not really something I hope we have to do too much, but... The most important thing is, of course, being able to take them down at all. Do you reckon this is where we're supposed to go? I can't quite scout. I can scout the chest. Because either we go left or we go right, thinking that it wraps around and goes back to the left. Fish in a barrel, no, vipers in a doorway, as we say in Diablo 2.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Interesting, I can't bane myself when I don't have arrows. I did not know that. So you can't be a punch warlock using Hex Bane for damage. That's a bummer. Surfer, do you still think about trying Heroes of Might and Magic? Yes, but I realized something the other night as I was talking about Magic the Gathering Chandalar on stream. I am coming up with cool games to try, do like blind playthroughs at a lot faster pace than I am actually able to finish runs. And you know, even if I do other games, or when I do other games, I would like to like sandwich them in between Diablo runs. So the people that are really only interested in me playing Diablo don't feel, you know, abandoned. So like some games we have talked about in the last few months are like Heroes of Might and Magic, Magic the Gathering Chandalar, the Torchlight games, Grim Dawn, and also even Dark Souls. But if you take those and then add like a Diablo run in between each one of them, that's like a year's worth of stream ideas already. Come on, yes. He's dead. I guess I must have gotten lucky for the last mummy, in that he did not have a bunch of skeletons nearby to resurrect. Because that fight was a little more annoying when there were a bunch of skeletons to be revived over and over. Oh, I picked it up again. My subconscious did not want to get rid of the small charm of greed. You know what? I should actually do a poll. It's been a while since I did a poll. And I can do a poll for what game, like non-Diablo game, to play next. Other games will be videos or streams. Mainly streams, I think. Because I don't know how I would make a video out of just a normal playthrough. Like, I'm leaning so much on the challenge aspect for like the structure of my videos. Oh yeah, if/when I'll be playing Heroes of Might and Magic, it will be Heroes 3, because that's the one, like, a lot of people my age, like a lot of my guy friends, used to really like Heroes of Might and Magic 3 back in the day, but I never even tried it out. So that's the one I would like to give a go. Guess it's time for 7 streams a week for all those great games. I mean, honestly, if you're like a casual stream watcher, don't worry. I'm just how do you say? This is purely hypothetically. It's not what's gonna happen. But like with how the streams have been going this year, it's kind of close to the point where I could actually support myself off of just streams if I like doubled, if I streamed like 5 times a week and every stream did average.
Hello.
I could survive off of the revenue from those. Because right now, even though I haven't posted in a while, the videos are still what brings in the bread, so to speak. So I would be lying if I told you I never have considered going for the full-time streamer gig. And then I would have time for all the great games. Is what I was trying to get to.
I need mana.
I keep not buying antidotes.
Good evening.
I guess TPs are kind of antidotes when Atma lives so close to the portal. I usually fall asleep to a surfing video. I think that applies to a fair bit of my audience, to be honest. I get that comment every now and then. And to be completely, like...
Good to see you.
Greetings.
I do not mind. I don't take it as like a slight to say that my videos are worth falling asleep to. I'm honored to be people's falling asleep or, you know, second monitor or the stuff they put up on their TV when they do chores around the house. Where was I going with that? I don't know. You have a nice tenor and you don't raise your voice. You have a soothing voice. Well, thank you. And actually, I'm actually very happy that you don't need to do that overhyped, super high energy screaming, like the overreaction to make, quote unquote, make it, right? It's cool that there is an audience for, you know, measured, slow-paced rambling. You don't yell and Yahoo! Yahoo! That's my Mario impression. Sorry to everyone who was just about to fall asleep. Okay, hold on, I need to focus. I'm getting flashbacks from from the spin the wheel run. Even though this is softcore. What would you consider the hardest challenge ever? The No Town one was hard for sure, but I think the hardest one... Well, it depends. Like the first spin the wheel challenge with the Barbarian was really hard, very difficult. But you know, I died a few times in that one. So I don't like have a straight up answer for you, but you have, in that discussion, you have to mention the crafting only barb. But a big part of that was that, you know, crafted only gear is very restricted, and we did it in hardcore, which is where a lot of the difficulty came from, I think. Oh, I'm getting bamboozled. It's not where I think the place to go isn't where I think it is.
This is yours.
Oh, what a map. So is it gonna be like ahead and left, or is it gonna be a way weird swoop, right? Because it can't be this room because you have an entrance here. And the room we're looking for has to be oriented like the opposite of this room. So basically it needs to be an entrance here, and then the room goes this way. So it's like a left turn from the entrance. Like, not necessarily that you go left, but like the orientation. If the room looks like this, the one you're looking for is like a tile that points this way. So I think I'm gonna go to town again and not run through everything so carelessly.
Greetings.
Which item has light radius? Or are you simply practicing for when it inevitably happens that I get some light radius?
Welcome to my shop.
Yeah, for sure. Falling asleep to the stream means that it's relaxing. And, you know, streams are slower paced and, you know, pretty chill, so definitely. And I appreciate the trust that I will not wake you up and annoy you while you're trying to fall asleep. Yeah, exactly. On floor 1, go left, but it's not always to the left. It only tells you the orientation of the tile, right? I wish I had something to draw on screen, actually. That could be a cool addition to the stream. I'm sure there's software that lets you, like, draw on top of your current window. Me saying I should stop running like a buffoon immediately runs into enemies like a buffoon. But anyway, I think I found level 2. Because this goes left, and it looks like one of the tiles that usually has the level 2. And it points to the left from the entrance. Can you blade warp over? No, you can't blade warp with a bow. So actually, what I really should have done is keep my war axe, or my battle hammer, I mean, that I sold. But I am considering buying a one-handed, like, small axe or something. Just to have on my weapon switch, so I can actually blade warp. And one gamble isn't that much in the grand scheme of things. I mean, at this point it is like 20 plus K, 25 plus K. But having the ability to blade warp is probably gonna give me more benefit on average than a simple one extra gamble. Just do a bow warp. If it was only that simple. And I guess it is in the name. Blade warp, right?
There's nothing the right portion can't cure.
Actually, does that mean you can't warp with weapons that don't have a blade? That would be flavorful.
Greetings.
Okay, let's go for something I know I can wear. A club. Can you... Okay, for science, can you blade warp with a club? Because this one doesn't have a blade, right? Gambling a crap one that there should be cheap, right? Well, it should be, but at this point you saw even the club is 24,000. Okay, for science. You can blade warp with a club. Blizzard.
Not in town.
Literally unplayable. This is pure wood. And this is wood. Why can you blade warp with a... Or actually, why do I say you can blade warp? I haven't tried it yet. Oh, you can. Why can you blade warp with a club? But not with a bow? I want answers. We need 17-second long hyperactive TikTok video summaries made from 40+ hour long challenge runs. Parentheses, please don't. Thank you, Marcy, for another super chat. I think it's bad enough that sometimes I spend, 40+ hours for a challenge run and then condense it to like 40 minutes. Feels like I'm throwing so much away.
Blessings to you.
Big club propaganda. Yeah, someone at Blizzard really loves their clubs. Yeah, I think that's what it really is, Diablo. Blade warp is for melee weapons. I think that's the real like checkbox in the game code. But it is called blade warp. That's my issue. I'm burning the boats. No more two-handed shenanigans. $22K for a 63 gold club. Yeah, but you'll see, it'll all have been worth it when we completely skip the most dangerous snake in the West. Oh, except this time he spawns up here. He never spawns up there. What's going on? I went to get the one-hander now. Purely for the... Like, purely with the idea that I would blade warp up onto the altar to avoid Fangskin altogether. But then he spawns up there. I don't think I ever seen him spawn up there before. That must be super rare. He usually spawns like over here somewhere. But to be fair, it's better this way, because then I can get some free experience by shooting sitting ducks or sitting snakes.
I am overburdened.
Long warbow just to see what could have been. Oh, why do I do this to myself? Well, it only has Fool's mod, and actually attack rating and chance to hit isn't this character's main concern. I think my chance to hit is fine, but a rare with Fool's mod is exactly what I was hoping for before. Maybe Fool's mod as well as a bit of enhanced damage. So it's not like a perfect item. And as I said, some characters go nuts for that 1000 flat attack rating. But for me, like, I still have a good chance to hit. 7.8k attack rating. But I'm not allowed to use this, but just for science, let's see what that does to my attack rating. 16k attack rating. 1,000 flat attack rating makes a huge difference after bonuses.
Disappointing.
Replenish life 5 too.
Greetings. Good to see you.
Good day.
How are we doing on gold? I'm barely making gold, and actually maybe I should have done the first quest only for the discount at vendors, since I'm buying so many potions.
There's nothing the right portion can't cure.
Oh well, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Oops, how did that end up in my equipped slot? Next stream, you'll come back and all of a sudden my bow will not have these weird dinky dinks anymore. Please don't pay too close attention to my bow next time. Easy, just gamble the same item. I wish. Well, again, considering these circumstances, only the Fool's mod isn't quite enough for me. I mean, I would, don't get me wrong, I would definitely have used that rare over this rare. But I think I would prefer like 150 ED over Fool's mod. Actually, is that true? Fool's mod also adds attack rating per level, like 1/2. What kind of base damage am I hoping to get if I want 150 ED over 33 max damage? No need to answer that, it's a simple math question, I guess, but... And it doesn't boost min damage, I suppose. Oh, so nice to have Blade Warp again. Especially since we are speed funning the rest of the act.
This realm must be what remains of Horizon's mind and soul.
Not bad, not bad. And of course a big boon is that magic damage... There are a few magic immune enemies, as we have seen. But there isn't any particular place in the game that has like, oh, it's full of magic resistant monster or like magic immunes. Unlike like if you rely heavily on fire damage or lightning damage or cold damage, eventually you'll run into an area that's like everyone resists you. Imagine how cracked this would be with some pierce. But like with like crushing blow and open wounds, to get pierce you need to get a set or unique item. If you're only gambling, of course. Otherwise it's not that bad. It is pretty bad, like you need a PAL rune for that new rune word, what's it called? Wisdom? So I guess Spears is still pretty rare, even if you're not restricting your gear. They are starting to eat my goatman up real quick though. Which is a mild inconvenience. Ooh, Ballista. Speaking of Burisa. Do you know what Burisa du Kianon means? Blizzard Cannon, that's correct.
How may I help you?
Greetings.
Well, I guess we're gonna keep on pushing. Keep on pushing. Blizzard hate punch builds. They want everyone to use clubs. Yeah, why couldn't they have let us have Hex Bane work with punches? Thank you, Ghoul Lords, man. How are we doing on time? Oh damn, it's 4 already. I can go over time a little bit today. But I definitely noticed us slowing down a fair bit in this place. Oh, and this is not the right... Ah! Cowards save and exit.
Hello.
This realm must
I'm gonna try something.
of Horizon's
Something ill-advised. Well, so far so good. So many elite Spectre packs. Well, I made it, but it got a little bit hairy. Oh, and here we actually found the right path. I did the coward strats, or like the skip strats, because I thought like, well, if we're gonna go something like 4th way, I kind of need to get a move on. Oh, Mithril Point. That's a dagger, right? Interesting bug. It's very rare that the specters are so easy, especially the elite ones. So if I put one more point in, I'll get like 100 more life, 109 or like 95 more life. But this also gives resistances and stuff. Let's go for it. Snipe. Key of Hate, huh? Random key while questing. I think the Summoner is an interestingly designed enemy that I kind of feel like they didn't explore enough. Like, he's really weak, but he can deal a lot of damage with his spells. And it's annoying to get like one shot by a single spell, I guess. So maybe I don't actually want this, but I think it would be interesting if they would have experimented with a bit more like a glass cannon type enemies. But as I say it, I actually don't think it would be fun if it was a bunch of those in the game, but
Good day.
Good day.
But what? But nothing. Stop ending your sentences with bridge words if you have nothing more to say. Okay, chill. Well, the gold is building up slowly, but we are soon at 300k again. Cyclops smiley face. It should be in this direction, I think. Down here. Yep. Cyclops smiley face. That's what it is, right? Here's another Dark Quill style trivia question for you. There's a unique item with a hidden variable stat that can only be determined with in-game testing. What is it? There is a unique item with a hidden variable stat that can only be determined with in-game testing. What? So I understand the question now. Okay, let me... Is the stat itself hidden, or does the stat show up on the item, but you can't tell what it does? Or like how much it does? An aspect of the stat shown. Okay, good. Another aspect of the stat that's hidden and changes from drop to drop. Oh man, I have no idea. Oh, that's maybe I spoiled the answer for myself. But the Reaper's Toll cold length. Cold like the duration of something like cold damage could be it, but isn't that related directly to the damage value? Because otherwise I'm thinking like, is it something with like absorb? But no, absorb is just a single line stat. So I'm thinking I like the idea of it something being a stat that also has some form of duration or secondary effect that doesn't always show up. You're very close, but Reaper's Toll doesn't vary as far as I know. Well, someone was really quick to say that in the chat, so maybe there's two of them. But what else could it be? You said I was close, so I guess it is something like that. Oh, I'm getting brain overload by thinking about the trivia question. That I didn't realize that my Bane ran out. And that makes sense, because I was dealing no damage. I was like, holy crap! The skeletons in the tomb are cracked. Or like the beetles. But I wasn't buffed.
Impossible.
And now I'm out of arrows. Oh, never mind. Good timing. Hint, it's an amulet. Oh boy. Oh, is it, if you said I was close, is it Eye of Etlich? Yeah, you know what I'm saying, the +1 and then cold damage. Is it the same, like the duration of the cold damage on Eye of Etlich? Yep, hidden 2 to 10 freeze length. Oh. Okay, Frostburn Ogre Gauntlets. By the way, what a strange item to upgrade. But since it's that way with the Reaper's Toll as well then. And I guess it is a little weird that cold damage does have a duration associated with it, but it doesn't show up. But I would never have thought about that on my own if I hadn't read about it in chat. But it made sense once I read it. Now I kind of wish I didn't get rid of... Oh, I didn't get rid of it. The bow with slightly higher base damage, because now we're fighting mummies again.
Hello.
The Bane Bowlock, I like it. In a way, it's a bit crazy how strong it is, considering we aren't really built for a bow build. But I have been enjoying it a lot. Watch this, I'm gonna lure the ghost back in here. Then I'm gonna TP out and take the waypoint back, because I don't want to fight that pack of enemies. Definitely getting a bit scary. Okay, this isn't working. Rat strats are getting shut down. Are you allowed to buy arrows? Yes. I
Greetings.
count them as like ammo slash consumables. I think we go again, but take it slower.
Welcome to my shop.
A little bit ambitious, trying to skip past the entirety of the tomb. Yeah, sorry, I saw your trivia question, Barry, but then I found myself needing to focus really hard. Because all of a sudden, enemies started clowning on me. Who would have thought that a bow warlock would struggle? I mean, 2 goatmen wailing away is a decent damage dealer as well, against 1 single mummy. Kind of impressed by that. Good job, guys. Good job, goats. Ooh, no more mana potions. Yeah, didn't you lose your will druid? Yeah, trying to run through, but that was the Claw Viper Temple. But yes, so I should know better, huh?
Greetings.
Oh, this was a dead end. Okay, okay. Do you think it could go like rip, rip, beep, zip, rip? Or should I go here and left? Oh, I never went back to town. Whoops.
I need mana.
Good day.
Or at the very least, I didn't do what I was supposed to.
Good day.
Never thought about it before, but Loot Golane kind of looks like Loot Goblin if you squint a bit. I mean, we do like Loot Golane. L6 will sell you Magic Find gear, boots and gloves in normal, which is quite nice. Oh, and this is a dead end, so I guess it is really going like... Oh, or actually it could continue this way. Okay, my bad, I didn't see that. Sadly, it looks to be kind of a long map, but that's fine. Ouch.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, this is where like the map reading shenanigans fall apart a bit, because when the maps are so big and have so many rooms and tiles, I mean, it's still helpful, but it's hard to like make strong, how do you say, claims to the whereabouts of where you're going. Another dead end. Similar with like the Durance of Hate in Hell. It's so big that even if you know the general what you're looking for, it can be in such weird places. From free damage through the door. Ah, they've breached the door, I repeat. They have breached the door. Never mind. Another dead end. Jeez. I'm gonna map out the whole area before I found what I'm looking for. I guess it's... No? Man, I am so lost.
Good evening.
It's looking to be a sneaky, almost a prank map, like a sneaky turn in the very first direction I was going in. But let's take a nice close look once we're back in and can stand and look on the map without enemies. So it can't be here. It can't be here. Can't be here. So it's literally either here and it goes like all the way up here and then makes a turn. Because in this room we didn't see anything right here. So it's like Ahead, left. Or there is some sneaky... But this looks like a dead end room to me, but maybe it's actually a bit... Yeah, it actually doesn't look quite like this room. If you rotate this 90 degrees, this part looks a bit too fat here. Oh yeah, I know which room this is. This is the one with the mummy's sarcophagus and one weapon rack. So I read this room wrong. I bet it's here now. Shame. Emilio the goat is unavailable. We have to settle for the goat man. He's not actually unavailable, but we decided to go Merkless because they started getting so expensive to revive. Come on, let's attack him.
Tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Oh damn, thank you Aquila 40k for 5 gifted members. Another stream with 5 gifted. Thank you so much for the support. Welcome to the new goblins. Thank you, thank you. Why do the goatmen deal so little damage all of a sudden? Didn't I praise them just recently for being amazing? Here we go. Yeah, this was the room. Here's the mummy sarcophagus, and here's the... Oh, it's an armor stand, not a weapon rack. Here's a weapon rack. Decent rondage. Ooh, ambush. Alright, let's go to town first. I'm not at the real yet.
Greetings.
Stay a while and listen.
Are you rushing because of time? Yes, kinda. But also, those mummies, the mummy packs that I skipped. I skipped because they are magic immune, and while I can't deal with magic immune enemies, it's such a pain to do so, especially when there are a group of them and there's lots of enemies for them nearby to resurrect. Because almost all arrows comes from Bane. Arrows, thank you. Ingo. That's not an arrow. Though it makes you wonder, if you're strong enough to levitate your weapon and still use it, Couldn't you use a javelin instead of an arrow for a powered up bow shot? Oh yes, here we go. This is the right way. This build starts to really shine around level 80-85 due to reaching near max synergy skill damage. Well, unfortunately, I did not go for synergies on X-Bane, though I guess maybe I should. I could put more points into consume, but so far I've been working on the Goatman. But I mean, the damage is still fine, but there is definitely a noticeable difference in my damage now in Act 2 compared to Act 1. Absolutely. Okay, lucky, what you call it, orifice area. Don't take that the wrong way, please. But only a few enemies around the altar. Alright, let's go. Let's slay some bugs. Crush some bugs under our boot. I'm gonna consume... Actually, I'm not gonna consume any of my goatmen. Let's give that a try. See how it feels. This is going great. There's a lot of buttons to press, and you know, every frame I'm not attacking, I am not dealing damage, but this is looking very one-sided, right? Not bad at all. And now we get an essence as well. Talk about being underconfident, bringing all of these potions and then didn't even need one of them. Nice, 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 nice. Well, I said several times that single target is really the strength of this character.
action will not elude
The art.
Though if I had to pick between one of the two, I would definitely go with single target, because if you think about it, if you need to clear a group,
Greetings.
you could pretend that you're dealing with a single target multiple times. Speaking about going through the game though, not necessarily endgame farming.
Hello, you have.
What's the essence for? If you collect all four essences, you can cube them into a token of absolution. And that you can use for as a free respec.
Ahoy, mate.
You seem to miss 90%. It's 70%, but I mean... It's actually... I thought it would be higher, but I guess Duriel is very high level.
Good day.
Was that in D2 LOD? Yes, but not in the release version. It was added in like 1 point something, 1.11 maybe, 1.10. I actually don't know. But it was added in a Diablo 2 LOD patch. Yeah, I mean, definitely, I can miss a lot in a row. And also, I think Duriel has block chance, even though he doesn't look like he has a shield. Don't quote me on that, but I think Duriel has block chance. Alright. Well, we did make it to Act 3, as I was hoping, but it took half an hour longer than the planned time to end the stream. Yeah, original Diablo 2 had no respecs at all. Yeah, they added the token of absolution as a way for... and a way to get a respec. And I kind of like it. Especially after Diablo 2 became endgame focused. Because a lot of some builds were difficult to play untwinked. Or like without the shared gear or a boost. Because you needed so many skill points in like level 30 or level 24 skills. And you didn't want to waste points in bad low-level skills. So it created a bit of a weird situation if you wanted a strong endgame build. And of course, the fact that some items... like if you found an item with a different stat requirement, you could end up with wasted stats, and that felt bad for like endgame min-maxers, I suppose. I mean, from the very start of Diablo 2, synergies weren't even in the game. Alright. Thanks for today, guys. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for hanging out. I'm still very pleased with the bow plus mirrored blades respec, even though it is certainly weaker, but I like it. And I look forward to continuing the crusade through Act 3. No one in town complains about Goatman in town. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's kind of funny, especially when you bring a big bind demon. Right, have a nice rest of your week, and hopefully I'll be back on Friday. Until then, so long.